Thank you very much, Casper. Let me now introduce the agenda. But before the agenda, there are some rules that need to be that members, participants of this workshop need to be aware of. First of all, this is a public workshop. Apart from the people in the room, 30 people, there are around 120 other participants online. And given that it's a public workshop, the whole session will be recorded. So it's important that everybody's aware of this. And the video recording will be available in the online in order to enable a broader distribution of the workshop content. Last technical information from this point of view, pictures will be taken during the workshop and they will be used by ENTSO-E and ENTSO for our social media activities. Let's now come to the agenda of today's workshop. Unfortunately, we experienced some technical problems, so we started a little later. Now it's 10:40, so we are about at least half an hour late. That means that our lunch break will be maybe not before 1 p.m. After the introduction to the workshop by ENTSO, in the person of Casper, who just spoke, we will have a point of view of the key stakeholders on the draft scenarios for the TYNDP 2026. And we will have DG Energy, Acer, and SRG intervening on these specific points. After that, we will have 4 different sessions on the scenarios. First of all, an overview, and then figures on demand and supply, followed by a question and answer session, a discussion on methodologies, also followed by a question and answer session. And finally, before the lunch break, we will have a presentation on the involvement of ENNO into the scenario building process. As I said, lunch break will be a little later than anticipated. And moving to the afternoon session, we will have an introduction on the economic variance from ENTSO, followed by a presentation on the economic variance methodology of the scenarios, where we have experts from ENTSO-E intervening, and followed by a question and answer session. Before the concluding remarks, there will be a final presentation by the SRG on the economic variance discussion. And then, as I said, final words and conclusion by Jens, in the person of H-Link, who is here and is stepping today. Throughout the workshop, the whole day, you will be able to make comments and to react to what's been discussed through Slido. In this slide, you can see the event code. It's scenarios 2026. So you just need to browse, take your browser and go to slido.com and provide your name and surname. It's important to underline this because anonymous questions will not be answered. You also have the opportunity to like your questions, and we'll be happy to hear from you. I will now leave the floor to Christy, sitting next to me. Sorry, no, little mistake. So I call on DG Ener to speak to the first presentation on the points of view by the key stakeholders on the scenarios. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for inviting me, and I hope everything goes smoothly. I came in person, although I planned to join online, so it was a good choice. And I will try to set the scene on our perspective from the Commission side, because scenarios are very important. They are the ones that rule it all. meaning this is the basis for the TUNDP process. This is also the basis for the PCI and PMI process. So whatever comes from the scenario is then subsequently used for both assessment of the needs, assessment of the project, selection of the projects. So it's quite important that actually we get the scenarios very credible and best as we can, considering all the complexities and uncertainties regarding the development of scenarios involving 27 member states, different stakeholders, and different views and time that is required to it. So considering this importance, there is a specific article in the 10E regulation, Article 12, that sets the requirement for scenarios. As you will see, there is not much regarding the content, what is required on our side. So basically what we require the scenarios is the alignment with the 2030 energy efficiency and renewables target, and compliance with the long-term 2050 climate neutrality objective. So this is the basis for the scenarios, and for all the rest, there are more indications how the scenarios should be built. So we indicate that there should be consideration of the latest Commission scenarios and also when relevant national energy and climate plans. And this is not that straightforward as it might seem, because the scenario developed in parallel. It also is a lengthy and time-consuming process. So if you ask me what is now the latest scenario to be used, there is not going to be a very straightforward answer, because probably the latest one would be still Fit for 55. We are still in the process of developing the new reference scenario, which is expected sometime later this year, and this is going to be too late for alignment with this round. Having said this, also there is the issue that of some alignment of the inputs between the two scenarios, and we try to make sure that this could happen. Also for the NECPs, we realize that this is not that easy, because there is no data fully available from submitted under the NECPs. There is different level of granularity, different indicators used, and again different timeline where the NECPs come to fit the process. So this is the consideration, and again this is the efforts, not hard requirement. We also ask for the inclusion of the long-term perspective to 2050, so that we could check the compliance with the 2050 targets, and also inclusion of the intermediate steps as appropriate. And this is quite obvious, and I think this is going to be done for all the scenario development, that there are some intermediate steps in between. The basis for actually how the scenarios should be developed was set by ACER in the framework guidelines. So these guidelines should also indicate. I hope everybody can hear me. So the framework guidelines also indicate how these objectives that we set, compliance with the targets, should be reached, and there are more prescriptive indication and criteria for transparent, non-discriminatory, and robust development of scenarios. We also call for involvement of external stakeholders to participate in the development process. In particular, stakeholders reference group that was created with the framework guidelines is of importance for the scenario development process. And lastly, we call for the clear and transparent publication of inputs and output data that is understandable and allows for further use and comparisons between different scenarios and different exercises. There is also a verification process in place. So there's a possible opinion of European Scientific Advisory Body and member states that could contribute to the process. There's an opinion of ACER and envisaged, and ACER is required to submit this opinion, and then the Commission has the decision on the approval of the scenarios. This comes quite late in the process. So basically the impact on the past process is very limited. So that's why I will repeat what was in the last decision on the 2024 TUNDP scenarios, because it mainly or also would apply for this round of 2026. Next slide, please. So what is expected in general from the next round? So as I would repeat that application of the framework guidelines of ACER is something used as a basis for our expectations how the scenarios should be developed. Then subsequently follow up of the SRG recommendations. There's a lot of work being put that we really appreciate to help development of the scenarios. So we hope that the recommendations coming from this group are well reflected and taken on board where possible. Also, if there is an opinion of the European Scientific Advisory Board on climate change, then there should be some reflection and possible incorporation of the suggestion coming from this entity. And we call for scenarios fit for purpose. So now we're going to have more robust scenario, central scenario. So this is the NT plus that becoming a central scenario. So it will be fully fledged scenario covering all elements of the energy system. We also would like to see coherent variants. We know that this is a new thing. So of course, new things are disruptive. There are the economic variants coming from the Acer guidelines. So there is a need to agree how this would be developed, how this would be constructed. But it's also a bit a simplification compared to the fully fledged scenarios of distributed energy global ambition. But it's still important that these are coherent variants based on well agreed and well defined inputs that differentiate those variants. We always call for flexibility and sensitivities. We know the timeline is tight, but in order to have the scenarios fit for purpose, there has to be a scope or preparedness to run sensitivities where needed. And then we also ask for the robust analysis of 2035 and 2040 horizon in the next round, because this is 2030 is just around the corner. So while we have targets for 2030, there is not much scope of estimates or uncertainty. And then so the focus goes a bit further into the future. Then, in order for the scenarios to be used in the subsequent deliverables, same things as indicated before: clear definition of indicators and the data sources, proper explanation of the methodology, and we always called for aggregates of national level because we still operate at national level. We compare the data for member states, so it's also important that we have the consistent data sets so we could actually compare it to our scenarios and further use the data from the scenarios for other purpose. Next slide, please. It's sort of a repetition, but I would still like to go back to the points of the decision that was transmitted to ENTSO-Es. These are pretty much the same points as raised in the previous slides. So from the decision, we call for better planned and more timely development of a scenario report. The recurrent delays are something of a big concern to us, and it still seems not to be an issue to be solved. There are new things always coming, but we are still facing the delays that actually affect all other deliverables of the QNDP and also our PCI PMI process, which is quite disruptive and not optimal. Also, we call for streamlined data collection, and again, this seems to be very difficult, also considering the possible alignment with ACPs, and again, it seems to be a challenge that will have to be addressed in the future cycles as well, because there's still no good solution actually how to deal with collection of from different stakeholders, alignment with data from us coming in different form at different time levels. So this remains a challenge to be further explored. Clear and extensive explanation in the report how compliance with the framework guidelines and the requirements of the 10E regulation would be something that we would welcome. So we set these requirements, but we know the limitations, but it would be good if this is well explained in the report, so we don't repeat the same things and we know what actually can be addressed, what couldn't be addressed, and for what reasons. And we always call for better alignment with the Eurostat indicators. We know that everybody works in with different numbers, but we have to be able to basically recalculate. So we don't call to use our indicators, and we talk about the targets for energy efficiency or renewables. There are complex ways to calculate them. You need to adjust the indicators used by Eurostat, adjust the indicators for energy demand used by member states. But it's important that we have this traceability and transparency of the data used. And lastly, clear and robust calculation of the estimates of greenhouse gas emissions. This is based on the opinion of the European Scientific advisory board on climate change. This was coming on the last scenarios, but it's also important that we managed to have this well addressed and explained in the upcoming scenario report for 2026. So this is in a nutshell what we expect from the scenarios. It's going to be a complex process as always. There are still a lot of uncertainties. So I hope this workshop will provide useful input and will allow us to work together better and have an agreement how to best address the challenges of complexity of the scenarios. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Maciej. Now I would leave the floor to Stefano Stori from Acer. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. I suppose I can move myself the slides. Other way, just Roberto, you can do that for me. But okay, thank you. I see the thumbs up. So I'm Stefano Stori, and I'm a policy officer in the Energy System Needs Department here in Acer. And sorry if I cannot be with you today. Maciej has already explained the essential role of scenario as let's say first step of planning and also adequacy assessment. Without repeating too much what already said, maybe a little bit focus on the role of Acer in this process. Acer is expected to issue the so-called scenario framework guidelines as per Article 12, and the first edition was released at the end of 2023. So during the T1DP24 scenario process already been developed, and then the ENTSO-E and ENTSO developed the scenario and shall comply with the Acer scenario framework guidelines. After that, Acer issues an opinion, which was also already issued in for T1DP24, of course, in October 24, and where Acer assesses the compliance with the Acer scenario framework guidelines. Now, in a nutshell, what the scenario framework guidelines foreseen. As I mentioned, the first edition was published in 2023, so understandably was not the guidelines were not fully applied on the T1DP24 scenario, but the aim is to facilitate a timely process of the scenario process of the scenario development, which basically means an indication of having scenario development every by the end of every odd year. So basically every 31st December of every odd year, and which means kind of 12 months before the needs assessment, and also provide, for example, other suggestion like the inclusion of cutoff date when all the NECPs can be taken into account in the scenario, so that to avoid further delays, and also the possibility to have a living roadmap, or also to the suggestion to carry out the definition of the storyline separately for the scenario development process, and to keep them stable, so that to ensure also a much more streamlined process. The guideline also aim to have the scenario development more robust and object-driven, which means basically based on agreed policies and targets, and rather than ambitions, and also set requirements for a robust scenario, which in a nutshell means having reliable and, to the extent possible, based on up-to-date information. We tried in the guidance to promote a stable approach across the different cycles, meaning let's not reinvent the wheel every time, but once the framework is given, also that could ensure robustness, but also timely development. A main element of the scenario framework guidelines was also a focus on transparency and stakeholder engagement. This is where we, as Acer, we suggest the introduction of in what is called in the guidelines stakeholder reference group, which, well, for sure, Andrei will speak more about their role, but indeed now it's been fully involved in, let's say, 1.5 scenario cycle. So, and we can definitely see it's quite pretty evident all the hard work put by the SRG members, and that we believe has also increased the level of transparency of the process. And then apologies. something that also the guidelines proposed to have was this quick update process. Meaning that while on one side is important to have a stable framework, at the same time it's also important to be agile enough to be able to accommodate possible not expected situation that could trigger significant changes in the scenario. And that's why the guidelines provide a sort of indication of how this quick update process could be triggered and then included in the scenario running process. So this is a little bit an overall description of what you could find in scenario framework guidelines, and maybe now we can also I can also briefly be a little bit more specific on what we would expect for the T1DP26 scenario process. Yeah, so not surprisingly, the first thing I would suggest is ENTSOs and the SRG to keep the very commendable work that you are doing in trying to apply the scenario framework guidelines to the extent possible. Which also means, of course, being able at the end of the day to, as Machi said, to clearly explain how the scenario was complying. As mentioned, the first edition of scenario framework guidelines was published in 2023, so it was fully understandable, the impossibility to align the T1DP24 scenarios with the scenario framework guidelines, but we would expect bigger alignment on the T1DP26 edition. And just to be clear, we do already observe, as mentioned, an effort in going that direction, the innovation roadmap, the economy variants, etc. So this is a commendable effort that we want to recognize. It's also already, as already mentioned also by Machi, it's crucial to ensure that the scenarios are published as early as possible. We do understand there are already some delays compared to initial plans. Yeah, I mean here the call is of course trying to.
Can you hear me now?
Yes. Sorry. Okay.
Sorry for that.
No problem. So yeah, we encourage, of course, to trying to mitigate the delays, because that will, of course, have also some cascading effect on other deliverables like needs assessment, etc. What we believe is important for T1DP26 is to get the center scenario right, meaning to have a robust process, to have the central scenario, so the reference scenario, align with CPs and new policies to the extent possible. This alignment should not be considered, let's say, implied, but it should be checked to the extent possible, also to make sure that is indeed a robust, is indeed a robust central scenario. And why this is important, because also being the central scenario, the basis for the variance and the reference for the needs assessment for the CPA, it has to be robust, and very important also, it has to be justifiable. And this is why also it's quite important that all inputs of the scenarios are made sufficient and transparent and available to the stakeholder. Here we believe also the SRG members can absolutely help in sharing the input with the broader stakeholder. Now, concerning the variants, the so-called economy variants, well, as mentioned, the value of the variance per se is the information value is linked to the central scenario. The variants are considered as sort of stress test around the central scenario. Therefore, unclear drivers, unclear assumption, unclear inputs behind the central scenario will also inevitably generate less credible variance. So again, here being back on get the central scenario right first. Second, being the first edition of the variants, we think it should be mostly driven by common sense, which means we should not probably be at the moment super concerned about making the variants, let's say, methodologically perfect, but because the approach can be, of course, be improved and refined over time. There should be, therefore, the approach could be understandably pragmatic, but at the same time, it should be, of course, robust and has to make sense. Here, for example, also having a storyline behind the choices made to derive the variance could definitely increase at least the understanding among stakeholders of how the variants are built. And then those variants, they need also, as already mentioned in the STS framework guidelines, they need to be realistic deviation, meaning that they need to be sort of moderately contrasted instead of maybe extreme, like it was the old top-down approach of the scenarios in the previous T1DP. And these variants should also be quite balanced around the central scenario. Yet we are aware that a full symmetric approach is not achievable or might not always make sense. So again, pragmatism in the way deviation of the variance upwards and downwards should be still kept in mind when do that, at least for this first edition. And still, for at least the most uncertain elements, without naming specific input at the moment, at least those variants should strive to get a contrasted picture as much as possible, even if, as I said, we should be pragmatic. Yeah, so that's in a nutshell. I would say what are the expectations for T1DP26, and yeah, happy to further discuss. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Stefano, for your presentation. Next one speaking is Andrei from the SRG. You have the floor. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. And I would share the presentation by myself. Yes, it should be working. So thank you very much for the invitation to this workshop and giving us the possibility to present the work of the stakeholder reference group that was already mentioned by Maciej and Stefano. My name is Andrzej Ceglarz, and I have the pleasure to be a co-convener of the stakeholder reference group. And today with my colleague Joni Karalainen, we will present, we will give a short overview what SRG is, especially for those who haven't heard yet about our work, about the inputs and expectations from the TYNDP 2026 scenarios and some outlook of the work. So just to start with a short intro, SRG, Stakeholders Reference Group, was created in autumn 2023 based on ACER scenario guidelines that would provide key stakeholders involved in scenario building a possibility to interact and be fully involved within the process of the creation of TYNDP scenarios. After the process of establishment of stakeholder reference group by the ENTSOs, the first step was to create among the stakeholders itself our terms of reference that puts the ground of the functioning, how the work of SRG is looking and how it's being carried out. The main responsibilities of stakeholders reference group is to deliver timely, independent, and expert input to ENTSOs during the process of the scenarios development, which refers to data inputs, assumptions, methodologies, technical feedback to the modeling process and scenario building itself. But we are also involved in the overall process of the TYNDP, including development of the stakeholder engagement plans, as well as evaluation of different steps of this process and putting up recommendations that should be included in the following scenario cycle. Currently, there are 27 members of the stakeholder reference group, and here in the slide you can see different stakeholders group that have been identified in the 10E regulation as well as in ACER scenario guidelines that should form the SRG in order to keep the balance of different views and expertise in the SRG. Terms of reference specify that there shouldn't be more than 3 different stakeholders representing a specific group in order to have the balance of expertise and the input that we deliver to ENTSOs. Our work is so we are accompanying the TYNDP process, but also our meetings and our work is being accompanied by SRG observers, which are the ENTSO, its commission, its ACER, but also European Scientific Advisory Board on climate change. And you can see the SRG, you can find the SRG membership structure as well as our terms of reference in the link included in the slides. In order to make our work robust and possible to carry out, we needed to introduce some governance structure that you can also see here in the slide. Currently, in order to manage the group itself, there are conveners, 2 co-conveners and 2 vice co-conveners that are responsible for organizing the meeting interactions with ENTSOs, ACER, the commission, and keeping the group operational. And from the content perspective, we divided our work into 4 different working groups. So working group number 1, looking into a process overview, high-level observations, scenario storylines, and methodologies. Second working group looks specifically on demand and the transport. The third working group into supply and flexibility, and the 4th working group into carbon management. This is, of course, a simplification of the topics that we try to put in order to structure our work. Of course, there are a lot of synergies and overlaps between the topics, between the activities that are being carried out in different working groups that are also led by working group chairs. And also for your information, so as SRG consists currently from 27 members, we are also in touch with other stakeholders, which because of formal reasons could not be SRG members, but are interested in the process. We are trying to collect their views. We are trying to channel these views, the expertise that they deliver. So we are very much open to other stakeholders interested in the scenario development process to reach out to us so that we can further improve our work. And now I will give floor to Yoni to present overview of the collaboration and the work done in the frame of 2026 scenario, which actually started with 2024 TYNDP scenarios. Yes, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Andrzej. My name is Joni Karjalainen. I act as the Working Group 1 Chair for the Stakeholder Reference Group. Good morning to everyone on my behalf. Soon after its establishment, the SRG provided 36 recommendations to the 2024 cycle. And generally what you can see from the list is that this cut across 3 different categories. Generally those on the modeling approach, process, methodology, selections, assumptions, multiple demand side aspects, and a set of recommendations for specific technologies or technology types. 12 of these recommendations from the SRG are mentioned in the 2024 draft scenarios report, where you can also see the responses from the ENTSOs to SRG's recommendations. In principle, of course, many of these points will also be relevant for the ongoing as well as future cycles. For the 2026 cycle, the SRG has worked for the cycle for over a year now through dedicated weekly meetings, thematic meetings, through the working groups focused on specific issues. And the group also published its second set of recommendations concerning the modalities of stakeholder engagement in its recommendations to the stakeholder engagement plan. Consisting of in total 8 recommendations, they emphasize the importance of defining how, why, and when stakeholder engagement is conducted, the chosen modalities, and in general, I would say the need for a big picture, a strategic approach of stakeholder involvement integrated into the scenario building process and cycle. So this means, for instance, how information is collected from stakeholders, for stakeholder engagement to clearly show and let stakeholders to understand if the intent is to inform, consult, or whether the aim is to co-create or even jointly design some of the outputs. And generally, it can be said that if it is important to collect views, it is equally important for stakeholders to understand and know how their ideas and inputs are acted upon. Generally, it's in the interest of this group to enhance and contribute to the scenario building and modeling process throughout its key elements. And therefore, the SRG is also keen to evaluate the merits of the new 2026 framework and assess its individual components. During this process, one particular example has been the interest of the SRG in the innovation roadmap, which is a rather newly released knowledge product of the TYNDP scenarios. The working group on demand has already provided feedback to the ENTSOs on the modeling of electrified mobility with suggestions for improvements. And equally important are issues on reference data and, for example, on the modeling of heat pumps. Finally, on supply, the SRG evaluated proposals on commodity prices. And recently, after a thorough discussion, recommended the reference data to be based on European Commission price projections. This recommendation has also been acted upon by the ENTSOs. Assumptions on communication on hydrogen end uses, allocation, and price formation are also important. And the SRG is also keen to understand the carbon budget methodology in full detail and its future evolution. Andrei, I'll give it to you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Joni, for this overview, and just two final slides of a summary of our work. So since the establishment of the stakeholder reference group, it was a journey for all of us to learn how to work together, how to structure our work. But within these almost 2 years, we proven to fulfill our tasks and deliver some of the technical inputs that improve the overall process of the TYNDP, which we find as a very constructive and fruitful and sometimes very intense collaboration with ENTSOs as well as with Acer and the EC. And we recognize that the SRG and its functioning confirms the added value of participatory approaches within the TYNDP process. Therefore, we also acknowledge very much the attempts of ENTSOs to increase their performance when it comes to stakeholder engagement, increase the transparency. We still see room for further improvement, especially when it comes to timelines, discussion on specific topics like cut-off date, and also adoption of the recommendations that are being set up by the SRG. But we are still in this process of finding the best and the most efficient way how to work together. Also recognizing that this is the first cycle where TYNDP scenarios need to be aligned with Acer scenario guidelines, which brings additional complexity that we also see in the process, that we also learn the full complexity as being fully embedded within the process. At the same time, just to mention that in our view, SRG became a body that delivers not only this technical input and expertise into the scenario development, but it also brings the opportunity to be involved in the more strategic discussions related not only about on the TYNDP scenarios, but over TYNDP process, as we try to channel the voices and ideas related to ongoing policy-related developments like the European Grid Package and an E revision, but also making sure that some other developments, for example, related to geopolitical tensions, are being reflected in the TYNDP scenario process. And also voicing some ideas related to other TYNDP products like system needs study or CBA methodology, although our mandate focuses on scenarios only. So that's it from our side. And as mentioned, we are very open to listen to the views of other stakeholders and being involved in our work. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Andrei and Yoni. We now have an overview of the TYNDP 2026 scenarios. And we have Christy from ENTSO-E and Nalan from ENTSO-E intervening. Welcome, and please, you have the floor.
Hello, good morning, everyone. If you haven't heard enough about stakeholder engagement yet, here's a bit more from the ENTSO's point of view. So incorporating stakeholders' feedback through different means of consultation is a key part of effective European infrastructure planning and utility governance. Here's a structured approach to how stakeholder feedback has so far been and will continue to be included in the 2026 TYNDP scenario cycle. The targeted stakeholder outreach, and in particular the SRG commitment, focuses on identifying and engaging specific stakeholders who are directly impacted by or have strong influence over the project. Identified key stakeholders and groups include the EU Agency for the Cooperation of Energy Regulators, the European Commission's Directorate General for Energy, the Stakeholder Reference Group, but also the European Scientific Advisory Board on Climate Change, who are here as an attendee today, as well as member states, based on the regulatory requirements within the 10E regulation and scenario framework guidelines. Here, the focus lies on deploying direct methods like one-on-one meetings, small group briefings, and personalized feedbacking, which usually ensures in-depth perspectives and that critical voices are heard as early as new insights are found or feedback is required to generate the next decision. The public consultation process usually ensures a broader public involvement, promoting transparency towards and inclusivity of important stakeholders from industries, markets, independent experts, NGOs for climate and civil society, regulators, and many more. This includes open invitations to consultations via the dedicated websites, newsletters, or other publicly accessible information channels by both ENTSOG and ENTSO-E. Public surveys include those online consultations that are crucial for receiving the needed written input on, amongst others, the first-time application of the new economic variance methodology. Here I would like to reach out to the attendees of today's workshop specifically to send in their input to capture a wide range of views, identify concerns, and ultimately foster public legitimacy of the TYNDP scenarios. All of this is done in a less formal English used for inclusivity and will be captured in the consultation report summarizing the respondents' opinions and what was included and excluded from their input in the scenarios building for the project's purpose. This becomes particularly important for concrete asks stated. So as you can see, we've already had a little bit of a public consultation process having started this year. The slide shows an overall snapshot of what's been going on this year. However, the process itself has been very much a living being together with the organizations involved in this. As you probably are aware already, from mid-June until mid-July, we have the consultation on the draft scenarios, data, and methodologies. And now in July, we also have the draft economic variance ongoing. The complementary workshops are focused sessions designed to explore specific themes or challenges in depth with relevant stakeholders. Like the workshop today, the Joint Scenarios organizations arrange workshops around key areas, for example, the currently ongoing consultation on the draft data and methodologies, but also the economic variance, whilst using interactive tools such as Slido, the one that you have just been familiarized with earlier today. Such workshops should at best generate a blend of technical expertise with lived experience, thanks to the attending experts and stakeholder groups. Here, the goal is to create common awareness from universally used vocabulary and concepts, generate actionable ideas, resolve complex issues such as the overall topic of scenarios building itself, and co-develop solutions where needed. And as you can see, a little bit earlier in March, we already had a little bit of a kickoff and update webinar on the 2026 scenarios. Then for transparency, to bring in a bit, we had an SRG specific workshop on economic variance just last week or the week before. And right now we are in the very dedicated public workshop for the draft scenarios, data, methodologies, but also the economic variance. This was one structured approach to how stakeholder feedback has so far been and will continue to be included in the 2026 TYNDP scenario cycle. Thank you very much for your attention. I now give the floor to Nalan.
Thank you, Christy. Hello, everyone. My name is Nalan Büyük. I'm the project manager of the 2NDP scenarios from the ENTSO-E side. For a couple of minutes, we will start to look at the supply figures and the demand figures and the methodologies of the 2NDP 2026 scenarios. But before, I want to give you the framework information. In a way, this sums up what has been already mentioned by the Commission and by the ACER, and together with the SRG, we set up this framework. What this slide says is basically that with the cutoff date of 24th of December 2024, we collected the data sets from the jointly from electricity and gas TSOs that reflects NECP's member state EU policies and aligns with the Commission scenarios as they are aligned with the NECPs. And then we will publish the scenarios in the early 2026, and they will construct the national trends, which is the central scenario of with 2030 time horizon, which is called in the ACER framework guideline short term, 2035 time horizon, the midterm, 2040 time horizons long term, and then very long term 2050 time horizon. So this will set the central scenario that reflects the latest updated NECPs, but we also have to, like what we are going to present right now today, it's this version of the scenarios that reflects latest updated NECPs. But what we will do as well, that to ensure alignment with the climate targets, which I will present shortly, what are they, based on the gap filling methodology, which is being consulted. So this reflects the NECPs, but not yet met with the European targets. And we need to introduce the gap filling methodology to ensure the requirement of the 10E that both reflects NECPs, but also met with the targets. And then we have two variants, which are not a standalone product, but kind of a stress test of the central scenario as defined in the ACER framework guideline, which are higher and lower economic growth for the midterm and long term. So these are will be more explained how they will be constructed in the afternoon session. So afternoon session, the morning session, you can see that it will focus on the national trends and the demand supply and the methodologies. And in the afternoon, we will dig in to the economic variants, what are they, how they are conducted, and we will have the discussions. On the next slide, we can give a bit of overview that what is the targets that we will ensure that national trend scenario are complying with. So this has been already explained by the Commission and by the ACER, so I will keep it short and maybe like this follows the 10E ACER framework guideline, but also ACER and scientific board opinions. And then in the next slide, I think we can see already the overview of what are these targets. So of course, you know that in the Union's climate and energy targets, there are indicative targets, but also there are mandatory targets. So what we have to ensure is to compliance with the mandatory targets. And these are explained in the red, in the right side. So greenhouse gas reduction targets, renewable energy targets, energy consumption targets, non-binding offshore targets of the member states. So these are, we can already check and we'll show you what is the status of the energy consumption targets. We will see it and the gap as well, and also with the non-binding offshore targets because they are already available to show. However, we will know the renewable energy target and the greenhouse gas reduction targets only at the end of the process because it will be result of the modeling. So what we will do is that we will ensure that these targets are met. And in the next slide, it's basically explains that what we will do, we will first look at the energy consumption targets, and we will see it in a couple of minutes, and how we will make sure that these are aligned with this final energy consumption target. And then we will look at the renewable energy target after reducing this, making sure that we are met with the final energy consumption to see what is the share of the renewable generation. And also at the end of the results, we will, after implementing this gap filling methodology, we will be able to check also greenhouse gas reduction targets. This will be explained later in the slides. I think here I can already conclude, reminding that you can use the QR code to put your questions. We will now present first, I think, demand topics from Eduardo, and then after presenting supply, we will have 10 minutes for Q&A.
So good morning, everybody. So me and Daniele Ciccarelli from ZAM will present the main topic. So in this slide here, so in this chart, you can see how final energy demand is expected to evolve across sectors. So we can see that there is a declining trend across nearly all sectors over time. So there is a gradual but significant decrease in total demand here, mostly driven by efficiency measures, electrification, and structural changes. We can also see that transport and households lead the way in this demand reduction, reflecting EU targets for clean mobility and building renovation. So whereas industry, on the other hand, while showing only a small decrease, continues to play a central role in this transition, reminding us that decarbonization is not only about less energy. So it doesn't mean necessarily less energy; it means cleaner energy overall, right? So we can go to the next slide, please. In this chart here, this chart gives us a full picture of the final energy demand per carrier and how it evolves across the EU 27 from 2030 to 2050. We can see that electricity rises from 2030 to 2050, becoming dominant, visibly occupying the largest band by 2050. Hydrogen grows steadily, For hydrogen, there is a ramp up as a target solution, especially for hard to electrify sectors. Hard to electrify is not a term that many people like, but yeah, it's pragmatic. We can see that fossil fuels phase out progressively. Liquids and methane shrink significantly as well, replaced by low carbon molecules and electrification. We can see also that biomass and district heating maintain a consistent role. When I say district heating, I mean the heat carrier over there. And it's also important to say that this is not about switching fuels, right? It's about system transformation where we can have multiple energy carriers being optimized in parallel to serve a final demand across all the sectors in a sustainable and efficient way. So if we go to the next one. Yes, so this one here is just to give you a breakdown and to explain a little bit more the previous chart, meaning that liquid and methane represented usually here. Actually, we are also represented. We are also representing bioliquids and biogas, e-liquids, and e-gas as well. So it's not only fossil carrier shown in the previous chart. So if you go to the next one, there's a little bit of a breakdown. There is two panels here. So we can see that in the top panel, we have a macro view of total demand for liquid and methane, which is the same as the previous charts. So as clarification, the bottom panel disaggregates these into specific fuels, fossil, bio, and synthetic. We can see that there is a total fossil fuel use drops across the years. In this way, we can notice this phase out of the fossil fuels. We can also see that there is a rise in clean molecules like bio and synthetic molecules as a replacement, especially where electrification is hard, like aviation and industry, for example. It's also worth to note that liquids decarbonize faster than methane, and also that biofuels alone cannot replace fossil fuels always. So synthetics are needed, but it requires just a major scaling of green electricity and electrolysis, for example. So if we go to the next one, and now we're gonna discuss a little bit the final energy consumption. First, explaining the targets definition. I'm gonna hand over to Daniele.
Okay, hopefully you can hear me. Thanks, Eduardo. Basically, Eduardo showed you the total demand values that we collected from the model that we're using, called ETM. But now, as Nala mentioned before, we also want to focus on the final energy consumption values as well as the 2030 target set by the European Energy Efficiency Directive. So starting from the total demand values, we rearranged the different sectors and demand sectors according to the Eurostat energy balance methodology. And also we focused on the sectors that are relevant for the final energy consumption target of 2030. So basically just I'm going to show you a subset of the total demand values that we saw before in the previous lines. Next slide, please. So basically, we have four main sectors of final energy consumption, which is industry, residential, tertiary, and transport. Industry accounts for all energetic use in industry, but we're not accounting for the energetic use in refineries. Residential, that's pretty much the household sector. Tertiary is the sum of buildings, which is commercial activities, data centers, as well as the agriculture sector. Then you have transport, which accounts for all sorts of domestic transport modes. International aviation, what ETM calls defined as the other sector, which is pretty much what on Eurostat is labeled as not elsewhere specified. And you also have the gas pipeline transport included in the transport sector according to Eurostat methodology. Next slide, please. So once we have rearranged all the different sectors from ETM and also collected just the subsectors are relevant for the directive, here you can see in the blue bars the aggregated values for the member states. So final energy consumption values as well as the target, which is kind of the orange line in the middle. So at the moment for 2030, we'll still, as a sum of all the different scenarios built by TSOs, there's still an overshoot between the final energy consumption values that we estimated and the target. Obviously, we will apply a so-called gap closing methodology to kind of reduce on a proportional basis the coal demand and liquids demand across Europe to kind of align with the 2030 target. So this is a breakdown by energy carrier, and then we also see a breakdown by sector. Now, starting from the aggregated values by build up on member states of the TSO, sorry, on ETM, we can see the red line is the kind of the target. So basically the 11.7% reduction compared to the baseline scenario built by the Commission back in 2020. And right now we almost have around approximately 10,000 terawatt hours of final energy consumption compared to a target like 30, which is at the moment 13.4% lower, which is what we'll need to close that gap with the gap filling methodology. You can see how electricity demand as well as hydrogen demand are picking up between 2030 and 2050. On the other side, traditional fuels are kind of declining across the scenarios. And now we have a split by the four main sectors. You can see, as Eduardo stated before, because they all follow similar patterns, because this value are a subset of the total demand values shown before. Industry demand is relatively stable. Tertiary sector as well. We do see about a 30% drop approximately in both transport and household sector. Now, the biggest in absolute values, the biggest change you can see in transport. That's pretty much due to the electrification of passenger vehicles and other modes of transport. Similar pattern for households, where the greatest market share of more efficient technologies are leading the reduction in final energy consumption. Is it?
Hello, my name is Pedro Sánchez, and I'm going to present some supply figures. First of all, we have the draft commodity prices, and I won't go into detail here because there are a lot. I just want to thank SRG for their feedback and their work, especially in the highlighted prices. If we go to the next slide, here we have an overview of the installed capacities per target year. So we see that our main two installed capacities are solar and wind, and they see this growth towards 2050. The other technologies such as hydro, they stay the same more or less. Nuclear sees a growth until 2040, and gas sees a degrowth, as well as hard coal and lignite. That these might seem strange, but they are subject to repurposing, so they still appear here. And the opposite happens for hydrogen. These capacities grow over time until 2050. And if we go to the next slide, we will see in more detail what happens with the solar. First of all, we have this graph where we can see how solar is split between the different technologies and the different e-market, self-res, and dedicated res. And you can find a description below. So as you can see, we start more or less with a 50-50 split between rooftop and utility market. And as time progresses, e-market gains some traction and represents more than the half. If we go to the next slide, we go into a little more of detail for wind. In the first graph, we can see the distinction between wind onshore and wind offshore. And it happens that wind offshore starts slowly, but gains a lot of traction as time progresses until 2050, what is really important. And yeah, the other two graphs shows how both for onshore and offshore, how they split per sector and horizon. And now if we go to the next slide, here we have a comparison between our offshore figures and the member state non-binding offshore targets. And as you can see, for 2030, we fall short about 6.9 gigawatts. And both these differences are coming from Germany and Denmark, and they are explained here in the slide, and I won't go into detail, but yeah, thank you. And I think that I leave the floor to Nicolo.
Thank you, Pedro. I'm Mattia from Vietnam. I will present this part. So good morning, everyone, and welcome once again to this workshop. In the following slide, we will see some number in the three possible way to apply hydrogen to Europe. So basically the internal production through electrolyzer and SMR, and also some we will see some numbers also on the import capacity of inside EU. So starting from this slide, we can see the capacity of electrolyzer. As we can see, we have two graphs. So we have the electrolyzer divided per connection type and per zone. So starting from the connection type, we have three different connections that are possible. So the electrolyzers that are directly connected to the electricity market, so the e-market connected electrolyzer. Then we have the dedicated RES electrolyzer that are basically electrolyzer that can take electricity from the dedicated renewable energy sources. And these electrolyzers are the only off-taker of the electricity. And then we have the shared RES electrolyzer that are very similar to the dedicated RES electrolyzer, but the renewable energy sources dedicated to the electrolyzer can also sell electricity to the market. If we look at the graph on the top, we can see that most of the electrolyzer are directly connected to the electricity market. And we can also see that the total amount of capacity of the electrolyzer increases along the time horizons. And in 2050, we reach more or less 350,000 megawatts. And we can also see the split between the two zones that are related to hydrogen. So basically, zone one, a local demand that is related to a local HU grid, and the zone two is basically the demand that is connected and can be supplied by the hydrogen backbone. So as we can also see from the graph, most of the electrolyzers are connected to the zone two, so the zone that are connected directly to the electrolyzer. Okay, next slide, please. So similarly, here we have the numbers for the SMR and the pyrolysis. So relating to the SMR, we can have the SMR that are associated with the CCS and SMR that are not associated to CCS, so that they are the ones that are already present in the market. And we can also see that in 2030, the one without CCS are higher than the one with CCS in terms of capacity. But we can also see that in 2050, where most of the most part of the electrolyzer are associated with the CCS, reaching more or less 16,000 megawatts. And in these cycles, we also introduced the possibility to submit the data for pyrolysis, and we had 2 countries that submitted data for also this technology, but we can also see in the orange line that the amount of capacity is negligible. So we can the most of the capacity, most of the production will be through electrolyzer and SMR. Okay, next slide. So at the third option, Europe can also, of course, import hydrogen from outside EU, and Europe can import it or through using pipes, so direct importing hydrogen through pipelines, or using the ship and importing the hydrogen in the form of ammonia, and then converting the ammonia to hydrogen. As we can see, the capacity that here is expressed in a gigawatt hour per day is increasing along the year, similarly to the electrolyzer. And we can also see that the capacity reported in the table below, divided per corridor, is the result of also of the projects that are behind it, is the pipelines and also the import in the form of ammonia, but also incorporates the longer term view of the different TSOs. And we also inserted here in this number also a political view on the corridors. And we can see that in 2050, the potential, so the capacity, the import capacity of Europe is more or less divided equally between ammonia and hydrogen, and the total amount of import capacity is equal to the 3,000 gigawatt hour per day. And next slide, please. So here we have the prices, how we modeled the prices for the liquid synthetic fuels. In our scenario, we have more or less 2 different liquid synthetic fuels. So the one that are the so-called Fischer-Tropsch fuels, that are the one reported with FT in the table, and the methanol. These 2 fuels have different prices, and we can also say that the Fischer-Tropsch fuels incorporate the e-kerosene, the ethanol, the e-diesel, and also some other fuels that are similar to this one. Rather than for the methanol, we have a different process. So we divided these two fuels. But we had to calculate a single price. This is because in our model, we have only one node for the synthetic liquid fuels. So what we did was to use the share of import mix from our data collection. So for example, taking 2030 as an example, we can say that we have 94% of Fischer-Tropsch fuels and only 6% of e-methanol. So we calculated the prices for these Fischer-Tropsch fuels and the prices for the e-methanol, and basically we derived the price for the e-liquids. The price for Fischer-Tropsch fuels and the price for the e-methanol was calculated using the EVI tool. These prices includes also the cost of hydrogen, the cost of the direct air capturing, the cost of the processes, so the Fischer-Tropsch process, and also the methanol synthesis, the cost for storage, and the cost for transportations. And as maybe you already know, we have different countries that can export these synthetic liquid fuels to Europe. So we take an average of the possible countries that can sell this kind of fuels to Europe, and so the result is an average of the different possible countries. So I think we can go in the next slide, and we have time for Q&A.
So we have approximately 5 minutes, I guess, for the questions to be replied by the presenters. So I don't see in the Slido any question yet. So I'm wondering whether in the room here, is there any questions from the participants? You can ask your question directly. If there are no questions, it's either super clear or it will take time to process a bit, I guess. So I will wait a bit longer, in case someone is typing or yeah. There
Is it possible to make questions from remote by speaking?
Yes, please introduce yourself and
Antonio Licetto from the Innovation Committee. The volume of hydrogen ammonia derivatives were calculated or were decided top down from some European strategy, and they are, I guess, also considered as less electrification load because this indirect electrification will be covered by molecules.
Mattia, do you want to take this question?
Sorry, do you mean the volumes or the capacity that we just showed? So the import capacity, do you mean?
No, the volumes. I was talking about the volumes indeed.
So relating to the demand part that we presented.
Yeah, sorry, I could join only now because there were connection issues.
Mattia, I guess you can repeat your question. What was your?
Yeah, I mean, so you can, if you may, yeah, repeat the question, please.
Just on a methodology point of view, the volumes of hydrogen ammonia derivatives and the share of this, which can be imported from outside Europe, have been calculated in some automatic way, or they were decided top down, starting from some, let's say, target European level.
Okay, got it. So the numbers are relating to the hydrogen derivatives, so were collected in data collection. So the numbers came from TSO's views, and it should reflect the NECP for 2030 and also a long-term strategy when available for 2050. So yeah, it was part of data collection.
Thank you.
All right, I see a question from the Slido. So from Ahmed El Shami. So the question is about shared dress. A more explanation on the shared dress. You mentioned possibility to sell electricity to the market. Is it happening only during surplus? I think we will tackle this soon in the when we have the methodology presentation. But do you want to answer shortly?
Or maybe I will let Dante or someone else to give more details on this point. I don't know if he's available or.
Yeah, sure. I can maybe give some details. So could you just repeat the question? It was shared res. Is it just that it is used in, is it just that the excess is used in the
during surplus?
Yeah, so the purpose of the shared res, and as Nalan mentioned, is it will be discussed later, but it's essentially renewables that are dedicated for hydrogen. So there's some sort of contract, typically a virtual PPA. So the electrolyzer isn't receiving the physical electricity from the renewables. It's more a market approach, but it means that the renewables will feed into the electricity market. So you could see it somewhat like certificates of origin. But yes, it's the excess renewables that can't be absorbed by the electrolyzers that can then be sold into the electricity market.
Thank you, Dante. I would like to also remind that you can use Slido, so that will make the process more efficient. The other participants can like the questions, so in the limited time we can answer more questions. So currently, I think we have 3 more minutes, and I see George and Sua. Let's take these 2 questions, and then we continue with the methodologies.
Okay, thank you. I will be quick. It's on slide 58. It's about the pyrolysis, this new technology, because we are also working with that. And I would be curious why in the chart that capacity, which is kind of foreseen, starts at a certain level, but rather goes down. Usually, if you start with a new technology, it's the other way around, right? So you have like market development and stronger development of the capacities, and not start at some point and then decline.
Yeah, I mean, this data are the one from Finland and Poland, so they basically submitted this data, and these are results of the TSO views, and maybe they don't have enough information for 2050 for this technology, or
Yeah, that's
basically
possible in it.
Because we are also working on it. So I mean, I think it's for now it's maybe not fully mature on big scale, but actually, if it is, it could be a very interesting technology for carbon neutral hydrogen production. And I don't really understand why such a technology would not. I mean, of course, it's a development under development, but it's doable. It's there. It's real, and yeah. I don't understand why this would have a decline in market impregnation than instead of an increase.
That's a fair question. I think we can give it a look, Mattia, with these 2 countries. Because this is the data collection and that is submitted by the TSOs. The reason is really the decline or maybe not availability of 2050 overview.
We can also say that maybe it's not always simple to take information out from NCP or long-term strategy or on all these technologies. So maybe they found something on the NCP, maybe, but maybe not. They do not have a reference for the long term, so maybe they submit data. But maybe we can definitely have a chat with them and see what their view is.
Thank you, Mattia. To keep the time, I will stop the questions here. So I suggest you can submit your question on the slide and we can take it in the next Q&A session. If we turn back to the agenda, I will hand over now Dante, Martin, and Stefano to present market modeling methodologies. Dante, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Nalan. Okay, so first of all, my name's Dante Powell. I lead the innovation team, and I work as innovation manager in ENTSO-E. So here I want to go through a non-exhaustive list of the market modeling methodologies, just to give kind of a high-level overview of both the innovations that we have implemented this year, and in general, the methodology that may have been built historically through the cycle. So we do have more detailed analysis, and this typically comes out within our methodology report. But here we'll just give a kind of general overview today, the analysis techniques, the general sectoral methodologies. So if we move to the next slide, we can start taking a look at the model structure. I'll lead through this by color. On the left side, you see the gray section is the electricity side. Here we have an electricity market. We have the residential and tertiary sectors. We call them prosumer. And then you have the electric vehicles. So the electricity market is modeled as it has been in the previous cycle. So typically a bidding zone approach, which is one node per country. And in there you have your generation technologies, your capacities, your infrastructure, storages, demand, etc. But we also saw that residential and tertiary can offer some interesting insights in terms of self-production, so rooftop solar and batteries. So there also we look into how we can model those assets also. And then we model electric vehicles. And here we look at kind of how what the role is of electric vehicles in terms of uptake in demand, but also the ability to provide flexibility to the system, especially in a system that has large kind of integration of renewable energies. And we'll go a little bit more in detail later on the electric vehicle section. So that's the electricity sector. At the top, you'll also see that it's connected to hybrid heating. So hybrid heating can essentially refers to heating in a dwelling that can take a hybrid approach to using either electricity or a gas, may it be methane or hydrogen, based on different parameters of the system. So it could be the coefficient of performance of the heat pumps, it could be the energy prices, the efficiency of the boiler. But in the hour-by-hour dispatch, the system will make a decision on what heat source to dispatch based on the system parameters. At the bottom in the green box, you can see offshore hubs. So here with the offshore hubs, we take a slightly more simple approach than we did in the previous scenario where we just collect information from TSOs. But here there is a connection with the offshore hubs and the electricity system. And you'll see that also these connect into the hydrogen system. So that brings us into the hydrogen system, which are the blue areas. There's two zones that we consider. Zone 1 represents essentially local networks. This is kind of what you already see existing today. So you have networks owned or managed for, let's say, chemical processes by companies such as Air Liquide. So they're already there. Hydrogen is being produced, and this is typically grey hydrogen at the moment. We don't see a instant kind of collapse of these demand centers or the supply for the demand. So we have to see how we transition. So we put this in zone 1. These are the local networks and not connected to a hydrogen backbone. Then secondly, we have zone 2. So this is the establishment of the hydrogen backbone and the establishment of essentially the hydrogen markets. In zone 1, you'll see that there's different supplies. So you have shared res. This was a question mentioned earlier. Shared res is res dedicated for the production of hydrogen. So the owners of the electrolyzers have gone into contract with a renewable provider and they have that energy. But they may not need all of the energy since renewables fluctuate and you're not going to size your electrolyzers at the peak capacity. Some of that additional renewables can then be sold into the electricity market. You'll see the electricity market connection in the grey box to zone 1, and there's a power to gas in between. So that is an electrolyzer that is supplied by the electricity market. And then inside you'll see that you'll have SMRs, blue and grey. We had tank storage previously, but this likely won't be added in this cycle. And we probably overdid it a little bit in the previous, and we've had feedback from the SRG in terms of what they think the role could be of those tank storages, but it's limited, I would say. In zone 2, then, as I mentioned, hydrogen market, this is where, as time progresses, the bulk of the demand will be placed. It will also contain the underground storages of different geological types, aquifers, salt caverns, depleted fields, whatever it may be. But here we'll also have dedicated res. So this can be res that's built specifically and physically connected to an electrolyzer, which is then used to feed the hydrogen market. So it can be sent cross-border, it can be used domestically. Whereas dedicated res in zone 1 will only be used in dedicated res, as of course it's a local network. Shared res also exists in zone 2. The electricity market feeding electrolyzers going into zone 2 exists, and then CCGTs from the hydrogen system can be used to produce electricity. Then lastly, we have the synthetic fuels. These are the yellow boxes with the biogenic CO2, which can be used to create synthetic liquids or gases. We do the assessment of the availability of biogenic CO2, and we look at the stoichiometric process required to produce a synthetic fuel in terms of how much CO2 is required, how much hydrogen is required to produce a unit of synthetic fuels. Let's move on to the next slide. Okay, so here we have the hydrogen price formation. So it just takes a merit order approach, and it just essentially is depending on the cost formation of each of these different supply sources. Those will be the E market, which will depend on the electricity price, shared res, dedicated res. These will be zero prices because we use a marginal cost approach. Pipeline imports, there's a specific methodology for pipeline shipping. And then steam methane reforming and methane pyrolysis will have a marginal cost approach. So, you know, they use gas as a feedstock, and they may or may not have a CO2 price, they'll have VO&M charges, etc. So we use the full kind of short run marginal cost approach in order to determine the prices there. But essentially, it's a merit order approach that's taken. We move to the next slide. I'll quickly go through this. So how do we change the import? I'll give one example, which is the green imports here. What we will have is two bands. One is called the long-term contracts. So if we're creating contracts with extra EU parties, there will be a minimum amount of energy that will be in the contract, which regardless of price within the EU, and this is the long-term contract bands. So we will have a minimum supply, but we know there may be some fluctuation due to renewables, and there may be some interruptible capacities, for example, that can be used. So on top of this, you have more of a kind of marginal price band, which can fluctuate depending on supply and market conditions. This is still kind of being tested, but that's generally how we'll do imports for green, blue, and liquid imports through ammonia. If we move to the next slide. Hybrid heat pumps, so I mentioned this before, so each country will have, or each node will have two sources, and that will be a heat pump and a gas boiler. And each country will have two configurations. One will be a heat pump plus hydrogen boiler, and another will be heat pump plus gas boiler. We will take the demand for heating in our kind of demand processes, and then we will allow the model dispatch to determine what energy carrier will be used to dispatch heat to the homes. And as I mentioned, it depends on prices, coefficient of performances, efficiencies, and general market conditions within the model. If we go to the next slide, please. Prosumer good cost. So I mentioned that we have this prosumer node. So this is the residential and tertiary. One of the things that we did there, specifically historically when we were doing the expansion models, was that we want the model to make more reasonable decisions on where it would invest in solar PV and batteries. Would it be in the prosumer network, so on rooftops, or utility scale? And as a part of this optimization, you would need to understand what is the opportunity cost of investing your own PVs on your roof or paying the price of the electricity market to buy electricity. Essentially, what most people do now, we pay the retail cost and we get electricity. So the way that we do this is that we use the latest data, which looks at energy costs, network data, taxes, levies, VAT. We don't use all of these costs because, of course, the marginal cost is already determined within the model. But essentially, we use the latest data in order to determine what is the best cost to use. And here we use the network cost, taxes, fees, and VAT. So that's simple, and it was essentially an update of what we did in the previous process, but it's good to kind of home in a little bit into where energy is used, where is it produced, how is it transferred between the electricity market and these residential and tertiary dwellings. Okay, let's move to the next slide. And then, so for offshore, this is essentially a simplification. In the previous process, we had a very dedicated expansion model that looked at offshore technologies, determining hubs, infrastructure. We looked at deeper technical analysis, such as the bathymetry, which looks at the depth of the sea and can you install fixed bottom or do you need to do floating? And we had different investment kind of inputs taken from the Danish Energy Agency. This time we don't do any of that since we're no longer doing these more top-down expansion models, but we collect the data from the TSOs. They understand where they will be located and what the topology will be. So we consider a similar topology here as what was in the T1DP 2024 electricity models. And that can also be mirrored on the hydrogen side, where there are also some offshore hubs. So this was a simplification and more in alignment with real world projects and data collections. Okay, we go to the next slide. Okay, so here is, I mentioned that we will look at the EV modeling and what we did to improve the methodologies. I'd actually like to call in my colleague here, Martin, to take over. He worked on a lot of the development for this within the modeling team, and he can take you through the methodology that they came up with.
Yes, thank you, Dante. Hello, everybody. My name is Martin Klein. I'm a modeling advisor at 50 Hertz Transmission and also a member of the working group scenario building. And I want to just take some minutes to dive a little bit deeper on the EV methodology that we improved a bit over this cycle. What stays as in the last cycle is that we explicitly in the model only want to model EV passenger cars, so they are modeled in the market modeling tool and their flexibility shall be assessed in more detail. Trucks, buses and vans and other parts of the transport that is electrified is still coming from the fixed electricity demand profiles from the demand forecasting tool. In the next slide, we can see what sources of flexibility we are looking at and why we are choosing passenger cars as the most important asset in this. As the way we see it, EV flexibilities are one of the most important flexibility assets of the future energy system. And they will have a large source of potential flexibility that needs to be lifted. Some of which is coming from smart charging. Smart charging would entail like the timing of charging of a vehicle based on prices, based on other signals, but mostly prices. This is a key component for us and already happening now. So basically EVs charging during off-peak hours when renewable energy is abundant. And this will help the integration of renewable energies. And for the EV owners, it will also save cost on charging electricity because the rates will be lower. A second component that can provide flexibility is vehicle-to-grid, meaning charged vehicles can also discharge electricity back to the grid. Here we see unclear or more unclear participation rates, but it can also be a factor which we are modeling, but with lower participation shares. I will come to those participation shares in a minute. On the next slide, we can see the model topology, which was enhanced compared to the last cycle. So what we try to mimic now in more detail is a better separation between fleets and charging constraints. So one attempt to what we want to do is like strike a balance between, let's say, optimism of future developments and feasibility that we also, and also realism about uptake of these technologies and feasibility in modeling these as accurately as possible, but also keeping the runtimes of the model manageable. So what we came up with as a good compromise is to subdivide the fleets into several fleets that can that exhibit different behavior. Part of the fleet is still would still follow a fixed profile, a fixed charging profile that is not responsive to the tariffs. And we'll come back to later how high that share would be. And then there's several fleets that can charge flexibly. And one major improvement is that we want to also include a profile that is not able to charge during noon, because during noon, as we will see later, these are the most attractive times to charge in general. But there might be a good chunk of cars that are not available during noon times, for example, because they are at work, and at work people generally often are not able to charge. Okay, on the next slide, we can see how these charging profiles manifest. Then it's a bit of a a visual representation of a typical week. On the x-axis, you see the days of the week, and in the y-axis, the hours of the day. So a fixed profile would be usually on the left side, that you have a typical charging more in the evening when people come at home. But if we really let the model freely decide on when to charge, most of the charging, especially for the prosumer cars that are connected to the prosumer node, will opt to charge during the day to maximize the solar self-consumption. So this is what you see in the middle part of the graph in the heat map, and especially also during weekends. So during weekends, the overall demand in the electricity system is lower, and therefore there's a higher incentive to charge at weekends. The profiles on the right side is then the aggregate of all the different charging profiles. You can see that with our approach now, more charging is taking place during the day, even more at the weekend, but there's still charging in the evenings. So we want to balance these different behaviors and also keep it realistic and have input from the TSOs about their expectation of uptake of the technology. On the next slide, we can see that other studies have looked into this as well. This is an example on the left side from a think tank from Germany, Agora Energiewende, about consumer flexibility. The blue line, the dark blue line, is their charging of electric vehicles. On the top one, you see something with a low flexibility. There you see, for example, in the evening when the prices are higher, still a lot of charging. And in that dynamic flex example, more of the charging is, or like the bulk of the charging is taking place during noon. And then there's even some vehicle to grid in the early morning and in the early evening. And on the right side, we see two examples of those charging profiles that we are already modeling now. And they, as I mentioned before, now exhibit similar patterns than in the study from the flex tariff. So this is some kind of validation for us that also other people are seeing this type of behavior or seeing the systemic benefit of this behavior. And then it's the question of how much of this behavior will actually manifest. And for that, we did do a TSO survey on the next slide. We see that we gave TSOs, there's on the right table, there's an overview about the fixed charging and optimized charging fleet types that TSOs could basically choose from. If there would be, for example, market-driven, 70% of passenger vehicles would be charged dynamically, and only 30% would have a fixed charging. And a user-oriented approach would be more like that more cars will be charged in a fixed setting and less will be optimized within the model. So we did the survey and let TSO decide how they would see this evolution over time. So there can also be in the beginning more user-oriented behavior, and then in the end a more market-driven behavior. I think overall many TSOs opted for like balanced approach. So we will probably see ballpark in many scenarios roughly 50% of the fleets being more fixed for the EV passenger cars and 50% optimized in the model. There are also more constraints on charging, which there's no time now to present, but this is the high overview of this idea. We also included some SRG feedback already on driving profiles, battery capacities, which were increased for the short term, and some other parameters. Great. So I think this was the last slide. Yes.
Thank you, Martin. I think we can continue with the next slides. I remind that for the questions, you can use the Slido. I think in 15 minutes, we will have a Q&A session. We can continue with the scenarios grid methodology will be presented by Rodrigo.
Hello, everyone. So when we look at the scenarios, the main purpose of the scenarios is to define demand and supply. But in order to define a coherent demand and supply, the grids also have to be there. And the grids also have to be there, also taking consideration the interlinks between the two different systems that are modeled. How to do a grid which is coherent and sufficient for the purpose of the scenarios. We take, for example, the CBA guidelines as a guiding principle, at least to start with. And then on the electricity side, we have, let's say, different status of projects categorized generally in the ABC category, which means A, projects which are already in construction, B, projects that have completed the environmental assessment, and C, projects that are in permitting or they have been planned already. They are for example, included in national development plans, but not yet in permitting. So we have these three different levels, and we also have projects which are under consideration. So these are things that are already being developed. They are already projects in the sense that there is someone looking specifically into that, but it has not reached the phase yet of being included in a national development plan, for example. On the hydrogen side, we have also different levels. We start in the reference with projects that have achieved PCI, they have the PCI or PMI label coming from the most recent PCI PMI process. So it's existing projects, it's projects where final investment decisions have been made, projects with the PCI PMI label, and some, let's say, additional small modifications made through requests and collaboration with the EC concerning some import corridors. There is the advanced level. So projects, for example, that are in a national development plan or that have already been successfully consulted through a market test, even if that might be non-binding, but at least it was successfully tested with the market. And again, a bit of this collaboration and adaptation coming from discussions with the EC regarding import corridors. And there's also the less advanced, which is, let's say, somewhat comparable with the under consideration. Things that are in concept, design, and in some way planning has already started, but do not fulfill the previous criteria that we set. So taking in mind these different categorizations, then in the next slide, we can see what is our proposal for the different years to be included in the scenarios. So what we will see generally is that the closer we are to the time frame that we're looking, we have to be a bit more stringent with the criteria. So for 2030, we include from the electricity side only things that are already under consideration or that have completed the environmental assessment. On the hydrogen side, we have the PCI PMI and the advanced. As we move a little bit further in time, 2035, on the electricity side, we include the category C, so projects already in permitting or that are part of a national development plan, but have not yet started the permitting process. And on the hydrogen side, we continue with the PCI, PMI, and advanced, but also including a little bit further commissioning dates. For 2040, the electricity stays the same, only with the update of the commissioning date. And on the hydrogen side, then we start including the less advanced. In 2050, then we are really far away from today's time frame. In general, the development of projects does not go into 2050 in the sense that project promoters, they're looking more into the a bit earlier time frames. So we need to look a little bit beyond the existing projects. So I'm going to talk a little bit later about these conceptual capacity increases that we can have. But the point is that being further away in time, we can be a bit more lenient with the criteria. One important thing to mention as well is the scenario building process is a bottom-up exercise focused on being aligned with the NECPs and focused on the national views for the future. So there is no expansion on the grid. So the grid that we provide to the scenarios has to be sufficient to ensure the appropriate development of the supply and the demand. In 2050 specifically, we also have to meet the European targets for 2050. So having a proper grid is crucial to ensure that we do meet the targets with the supply, demand, and the grid in this scenario process. In the next slide, just a little bit on what this conceptual, what we call here conceptual projects. So these are things that are not yet really being developed as projects, but it's where either the TSOs or it has been investigated already the possibility to invest in this or that border, even if it's not yet, hasn't yet started to be developed as a project itself, but it has been explored. Which means that there is, of course, some degree of uncertainty in terms of capacities, economic parameters, etc. But it's a lot more certain than just giving, let's say, unit type of expansion. These conceptual projects, they're being collected as well from as part of all the data collection efforts done by ENTSO-E and ENTSO-G. And we also ask for a justification. So when a project like this is submitted, there has to be some justification of where this is coming from, how has it been looked at. There's also a bit of criteria, let's say, so if you have a country on one side of the border saying something and another country on the other side of the border saying something else, then generally we take the minimum if we cannot reach agreement. These projects, they will only, generally, they will be on existing borders already. And if the border does not exist, then there's also a bit of criteria that on the onshore, it's only where a physical border exists, and on the offshore, when between potentially neighboring hubs. So it's not something that can go anywhere in Europe. There is also a threshold as also to ensure that the grid doesn't go beyond the need. And these thresholds are defined as in 2050, we can see up to 2 times more than what 2030 sees, and only 1.5 times more than what we see in the 2040 interconnection capacity. And I stop here.
Thank you very much, Rodrigo. Next one speaking is Andriy Vovk from the ENTSO-E planning study team. You have the floor. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you. I'm pleased to present today the methodology behind the weather scenario selection for UNDP 2026 scenario building process. As you all know, selection of representative weather scenarios is a critical part of developing reliable energy system scenarios. It allows us to model realistically energy demand and renewable generation pattern based on varied and plausible weather conditions. Let me walk you through the core aspects of this approach. First, the data. We have been using the PECD 4.2 datasets based on SSP 2.45 climate scenario. This includes 3 high-resolution climate models, CMR5, ECE3, and EME-EHR. These models offer consistent and scientifically credible representation of the future weather conditions in Europe. We also applied thresholds for heating and cooling, primarily from the DFT demand simulation platform, with some exceptions as shown on this slide. For those who would like to dive deeper into the PECD data, we have included links to both the Copernicus dataset and the technical documentation on European Center for Medium Range Weather Forecast Confluence page. feel free to investigate that one. We can go to the next slide, please. Regarding the methodology, our target has been to select most representative weather scenario series per study target year. The idea was to capture both typical and extreme weather conditions while avoiding any systematic biases. Let me briefly walk you through the key steps of the methodology as it's visualized on this slide. We start applying the methodology by calculating yearly averages and cumulative anomalies for key climate variables such as temperature, wind, and solar irradiance. This gives us a first view of how each year compares in terms of typical weather behavior and deviations. On the second step, we derive statistical indicators like mean, standard deviation, and deltas for these variables. This step helps us understand the variability across target years, which is essential for detecting extremes or unusual conditions. On the next step, we introduce regional weighting. Not all the regions contribute equally to the energy system, so we factor in RES install capacities or demand levels depending on the variable to ensure the more impactful areas have greater influence in the analysis performed. On the next step, we normalize all variables. This standardization makes the data comparable across regions and variables so that no single metric or location is dominating due to scale differences. And on the last step, we finally apply the principal component analysis method to reduce the dimension of the datasets under consideration, and we apply k-mean clustering method to group similar weather scenarios. From each cluster, we then select the most representative weather scenarios to include into our scenario analysis and scenario studies. We can go to the next slide, please. We define target windows around each key scenario target years as shown on this slide. For target year 2030, we looked at the periods between year 2025 and 2034. For target year 2035 between 2030 and 2039, for the 2040 target year between 2035 and 2044, and for target year 2050 between 2045 and 2054. Within each window, we combine the three climate models with the 10 years available, giving us 30 candidate weather scenario series per target year. Our selection process then identified the three representative series for each target year, which at the end will serve as the basis for modeling and analysis in the TUNDP 2026 process. And finally, the results are shown on the next slide, please. As you may see on this slide, the CMR5 model is overrepresented among the selected years. However, we have carefully evaluated this, and from a climate perspective, this does not introduce any distortion or bias into the results. Therefore, we do not consider this overrepresentation a problem, but rather a feasible and consistent result. That's it on this part. I guess we will handle their questions during Q&A section. So I would like to pass the floor to the next presenter. Thank you, everyone.
Right. Thank you, Andre. And yeah, I'm the next one, and I'm Mads Bosen from ENTSO-E, and I will present the carbon budget methodology. So if you could go to the next slide. Yes, thank you. So the carbon budget is calculated as the cumulative net emissions in the period from 2030 to 2050, covering the years and the scenarios. The carbon budget is set to 16 gigaton CO2 equivalents in this period, and this is consistently with the carbon budget in the impact assessment from European Commission. Besides to check if our scenarios is compliant with the carbon budget, we also look for the EU targets. So we will look for the 55% reduction in 2030 target, and we will also look for the net zero in 2050. And let's also see if the target for 2040 will show up. If we go to the next slide. So this is the basic elements that we have in the carbon budget. So we have the emissions and we have the removals. And on the emissions, you can see we have the carbon emission coming from our scenario outcome. So this will be the fossil fuels used in the scenarios. In the carbon budget is also the other emissions. This will be methane, NOxes, and F gases. And these emissions is not, we haven't estimated these ones. So this one is sourced from the EC impact assessment report as well. And then we also have emission from materials and industrial processes. And this one is also sourced from the EC impact assessment. Then before I go to the removals, we will have the CCU. That is because we are producing some synthetic fuels in the scenarios, and this will require CCU capacity and also some CO2. So this one will also be part of the carbon budget, but will of course not either be emission or a removal because it will be emitted again after the synthetic fuels are burned. Then we have on the removals, we have the CCS. We have tried to collect CCS values from our TSOs. We have different CCS in the scenarios, for example, with the power plants, also with the SMRs and in the data collection. And we also have the energy for CCS. So we have collected a decent amount of data. The question is if we can merge all them to a good value for the CCS. And then we have the LULUs, and this is also sourced from the impact assessment. And if we go to the next slide, this is just an illustration of the carbon budget on how the cumulative emission will look like. This is from the latest scenario report in 2024. And then you can see that you have a cumulative emission of CO2 and other emissions. And then you have a cumulative removals of LULUs and CCS, and the sum of these will be the net emission. And hopefully we will stay within the carbon budget on 16,000 gigatons. So next slide. And then compared to last cycle, we have some improvements. We got some feedback from the European Scientific Board on climate change. And when we consider this feedback, we have some points that we need to improve on. And this was a better methodology on the use of CCS and CCU. And then clear display these numbers in the carbon budget. So it's easy to see what is actually CCS and CCU. And then we had to add emissions from industrial processes like lime production. Yeah, this was not included in the last cycle, and this has to be included in the carbon budget in this cycle. So I think this was the words on the carbon budget.
Thank you very much, Mats. We now have a few minutes for some questions from the audience here in Brussels and from the people participating online. Is there any question on Slido? Sorry.
Yes, we have two questions from Slido. We can start with as there is no we can go in start with the question from Sua Sandoval. I seen that before, Sua, you raised the hand. Do you want to read your question directly, or I can also share it? Are you still online? Okay, I will present then the slide. I think it's gonna be easier to navigate the Q&A session. So the first question is, I think this goes, Dante, to you. How will the evolving legal framework under ENTSO-E ensure that PPAs, including those or incorporating batteries, can enable certified green hydrogen production through guarantees of origin, especially when generation and consumption are not temporarily aligned? Dante, would you be able to take this question?
Yeah, sure, I can give it a go. So this isn't really, it's a little bit out of scope of the exercise that we're doing. We don't look at so much the market mechanisms or the enablers of this. We assume that they will be taken care of. So this would be more so a question for the markets committees. And I know there are people that are working on this. I know ENTSO-E for sure is working on this. EASE for sure will be. But in terms of the solution, I think you will for sure have to do timestamps. Yeah, you'll have to do timestamps somehow, and maybe I don't know, you split the guarantee certificate, whatever, between the time of production and maybe the time of when the battery produces, something like that. But I know this is a topic that is being discussed in different areas, but it's not so much an area that we dive too deep into. But to answer, I think it will have to be split by timestamps, indeed.
Thank you, Dante. We have the next question from Yoni. The question is about the weather year selection. There's a comment on that, seems very welcome. Thanks for presenting the methodology and results. Can you give us concrete examples of how these results then are translated into the overall 2NDP results? I think we can give the floor, Andrei, for the reply to this question.
Yes, thank you, Nalan. As one of the main examples of use of these weather scenarios would be translated into the hourly capacity factors that are used for different renewable energy technologies that are modeled within scenarios. Therefore, they will directly impact the annual generation of renewables in all the EU countries. And in between the three weather scenarios that are selected for each target year, there would be weighting factors used for each of those weather scenarios, identifying the level of representation of each of weather scenarios. Therefore, each of the results for each weather scenarios would impact the final result that will be published and will be communicated in a different scale, let's say. Additionally, we have certain technologies for which the data is being collected from relevant TSOs within ENTSO-E, and these technologies have generation being dependent on the climate, on weather, and those, of course, will be also impacted together with, for example, hydro patterns, hydro inflows into different hydro generation technologies and reservoirs. So these are the main impacts. Of course, also demand, as the demand time series are also climate temperature dependent.
Thank you, Andrew, for the explanation. So we have more questions popping up. I take the question from Majesh because humanly, your question is not the scope of the scenarios. I can give, if there is a time allowing, a few words from Rodrigo. But let's look at the question from Majesh on scenarios grid. How do you intend to address possible adequacy issues? How the plans for expansion of national grids are considered? Do you intend to verify consistency of national grid and of conceptual projects coming from the TSOs with the 2ADP projects proposed by third-party promoters? I can take this question as well, or do you want to? All right. Okay. So that's a fair question. As we gather the data sets bottom up, the supply and demand and the network, when we run the models, we might possibly experience inadequacy issues. The plan is that as we are supposed to present the policy scenarios, give the overview of the NT scenarios, and then deliver to 2NDP to address the adequacy issues with the detailed SAS loop. Before publishing the scenarios, as we do it before, we will implement simplified SOS methodology to address this. But this will not transmit to the 2NDP for the studies because they have more detailed SOS methodology in place, and it will be handled in a more detailed way. For the second part of questions, I can leave the floor to Rodrigo.
Yeah. So in the building of this reference grid, what we've been asking the TSOs is, so first, when talking about the internal part, to include everything that is in the National Development Plan up to that point. And then when we talk about the cross-border part, then we use the criteria that we indicated. Then regarding the conceptual, so in this cycle we change a little bit the way we do the project collection. So we anticipated a little bit the collection compared to previous cycles, so that we can use the most recent ones, but with having a second window where we're going to collect new things, which will be too late for the scenario process, which means, as maybe that's the direction you're going, that possibly, yes, things that TSOs will flag as conceptual projects will actually come later on as a real project from either TSO themselves or third-party promoters. And at the end of the day, if they do come as a real project, I would say that it just gives even more credibility for the conceptual projects being used in the scenarios. We can do a verification later to see how big or small this alignment, let's say, is. But at least in my view, the more that would come in this second window, the better would be for the scenarios. It would show that the conceptual projects that we're taking now are more and more credible the more we get in the second window.
Thank you, Rodrigo. Even though we exceeded our time, I think we can take one more questions because we have lunch break at 1, 1 or 2 questions. So there are 2 more questions about the grid. So one of them is about a clarification about that all candidate projects and even more than that will be included in the reference grid 2050.
Yeah, that is the case. And so let's say the key is that the project promoters, when developing the projects, they generally target an earlier date. So they target, for example, 2040. So when we look into 2050, in terms of real projects, there's not that many. There's not that many being planned to come after 2040. However, from the supply and demand side, things do evolve. And we have seen earlier today the increase in demand in both electricity and hydrogen up to 2050. So if we were to stop the grid at 2040, we would likely lead to it would likely lead to big adequacy issues and to having issues in meeting the 2050 European targets. Hence why we go beyond, but we go beyond with criteria as we described before.
Thank you. There is one more presentation before the break. We will maybe take one more question and then close the Q&A session. I'm going to take the most liked one. Regarding hydrogen import by pipeline, do you perform an assessment of the green hydrogen production potential in the countries of origin for each time horizon? So I don't know who should.
I guess I can take this one. So regarding H2 import by pipeline, do you perform an assessment of green hydrogen? Yeah, so we do this. So we look at the particular renewable energy patterns within the individual countries. So countries that we look at in terms of potential for green hydrogen would be Morocco, Algeria, or let's say Algeria, Tunisia. So North Africa is kind of grouped as and Ukraine. But we don't just say, okay, this is the countries and this is the blend of renewables. We also look at actual studies on what are the projects there and what are the potentials. So for example, Morocco has 2 parts. It has a northern part and a southern part, where there's quite a large distance in between. So we don't consider that green hydrogen imports will be produced in the south, transported to the north, and then transferred. We look at the north, and then the south may more be where they're producing ammonia to feed into the global market. Whereas maybe for Ukraine, it may be different. It may be more of a blend between wind and solar. But essentially, we do use the individual weather patterns in the year in the countries as an input, amongst others, to determine what the supply potential is for green imports. For blue and ammonia, it's different. Blue is dispatchable, so it's a little bit easier to manage, and ammonia also. But for green, you need to then start creating specific profiles.
Thank you, Dante. We have one last but not least presentation before lunch. I hand over Alexander to present NOH's involvement.
Thank you, Nellen. Yeah, I will really try to keep it brief, as probably most of you are hungry and also a bit tired after this intensive morning session. So my name is Alexander Kettles. I joined NOH around about 2.5 weeks ago. And what does NOH stands for? It's a European network of network operators for hydrogen. And what can you think about this? What ENTSO-E is for electricity and ENTSO is for gas, NOH is for hydrogen. So we have similar origin coming by EU regulation, and also we have the task to facilitate the internal market for the respective energy carrier plus other tasks. As you can see on the map, we have currently 26 EU countries on board, 36 members and one associated partner. So we cover already most of Europe. Let's go to the next slide. And how do we come into play with the 10 years network development plan? The EU regulation states that NOH should take over the T1DP process as of 1st of January 2027. So this also means that the hydrogen-related parts of the T1DP 2026, as of today, are still a responsibility of ENTSO-E. It doesn't mean that we wait until 1st of January 2027 and do nothing until then. So we started to cooperate closely with ENTSO-E and ENTSO-E on all relevant topics regarding system integration, network planning, and we also plan to join the scenario building exercise with ENTSO-E and ENTSO-E. What you will not find on this slide is an actual date when we will join. Bear with us a little bit as we are currently ramping up the capacities. We are right now a handful of people working for NOH. So we are working on expanding and being involved in all relevant topics. What is there to say on the next slide? NO is being established. We are here. We invite everyone who wants to work on hydrogen topics, on T1DP topics, to reach out to us. We will do the same. So we also go and make ourselves more known. We want to collaborate with as many stakeholders as possible, in particular with the T1DP, but also other related topics. Hope that was brief enough. So handing over back to Ellen.
Thanks, Alexander. I think we can now have a 1 hour break. So we will convene back in the afternoon to discuss economic variance methodology. Thanks everyone for joining. For the physical participants, I invite you to go to the lunch, and for online participants, speak to you in an hour.
Hello, everyone online and offline. We're slowly reconvening. Please take your seats. Once more, thank you to everyone who was able to join the morning session. I personally was quite impressed by all the data and by the fantastic presentations given so far. And now I would like to give a quick overview over the afternoon session. My kind colleague from ENTSO-E, Aisling, will continue with the introduction after me. And after that, we will have a good lot of presentations on high-level principles, key assumptions, parameters, and first outcomes, and all are related to the economic variance methodology. There we have a set of experts who have been working on set principles, assumptions, parameters, and the first outcomes. And afterwards, we will have a session moderated by Bram Klaes from the SRG. who will talk a little bit further about how the economic variance got together and what can be improved, what is still to be understood. And then with an overall delay of 30 minutes, unfortunately, we had a technical issue in the morning. So I hope you will bear with us until the very end. So around 3:30, we will have a next step and conclusion also from Aisling. So I give the floor to Aisling. But before that, I will very quickly want to remind you that there are currently 2 consultations going on. One opened in mid-June and will run until mid-July. This is mainly about the 2 NDP scenarios, data and methodologies. And then there's a economic variance specific consultation, which is running during this month. Both consultations you can find either via the different information channels that ENTSO and ENTSO-E share, or you can just find it in the consultation hub by, for example, Googling it. Now, Aisling, it's your turn. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Christy. Hi, everyone. I'm Aisling from ENTSO. I'm the new scenario manager. So I'm just going to give you a brief overview of the timeline regarding the development of the economic variant methodology. So back in May 2024, the SRG, the EC and ACER provided feedback on the scenario storylines. In June 2020 or July 2024, there was a presentation of the scenarios and methodology, and then a consultation of the initial ideas for the economic variance. Following that, there was an identification of the high-level definition and the main principles. In September, then this was then presented and reviewed with the SRG, and there was a workshop held. In November 2024, the key parameters were identified, and then the development of the economic variant methodology continued. In December 2024, we took the SRG through this methodology, and we had a physical webinar. And then in March 2025, this year, we had a public webinar going through the high-level definitions, the main principles, and the key parameters. Following that, we focused on finalizing the data for the central scenario. And in May this year, we agreed the set of parameters, we developed the scripts, we performed initial testing, and we reviewed the open questions. We also developed a fallback solution. In June, we met with the EC and ACER with an aim to get guidance on the open questions and feedback on the fallback approach. We had a workshop with the SRG with the aim to get feedback on the methodology. And then we have now published this methodology for consultation. And today we have this dedicated workshop on the variance and the methodology. So that's just a brief overview of the timeline with regards to developing the economic variance. I'm now going to hand over to Nalan, who's going to continue.
Thank you, Aisling. I will start the economic variance methodology with a quick recap on what we had presented. In the next slide, you will see the framework of the economic growth. So with the NECP, we see the central scenario, the national trends, national policy, what is the current NECP presents. And higher and lower stands around this central scenario. So they have, compared to the central scenario, in higher economic variant, they have higher GDP, higher sectoral activity, more purchasing appetite and willingness to spend, more focus on innovations and risk investments, and more focus on sustainability within the long-term view. And on the other hand, for the lower economic growth, we see the opposite. Again, this is centralized and balanced among the central scenario. That's why at the first step, what we did is to collect and set the national trend scenario. We cannot define in terms of data sets the economic variance before defining and setting the figures for the central scenario. Once we have the central scenario, we start the deviations from there. And if we go to the next slides, I think these are important. First, where it is coming from, the economic variance. It comes from recital 27 of the ESER framework guideline, and it's good to remember this so that what we developed based on this definition. So in this definition, the ESER asks the set of midterm and long-term scenarios shall include the best estimate scenario, which is the central scenario, national trend, based on the NECPs, and contrasting low and high economy variance that serve as a stress test of the central scenario. The agency finds that stress testing network development along the dimension of a more conservative, lower, and more optimistic high view on the economic resonates with the decision makers. So from this, we set the main principles. And this is important when we evaluate the methodology. First, the variants are anchored to the central scenario. So they are not standalone products. So you cannot take only the economic variance scenario and make a decision plans based on that. It's more to provide additional information to the central scenario. So there is a result of the central scenario, and then you consult on this stress test to be to see the impact on the variation of based on the economic variance. This is important because it means that the CBA will be principally run in the central scenario, and for the PSI process, it will be the main decision-making point. The variance will complement understanding on the certain projects to see what are the impacts on certain decisions on the key parameters. Second is limited variation. We don't look at the extreme economic conditions. So the focus on plausible economy relevant deviations. Third, targeted variation of key parameters. This means that we don't develop a set storyline. We don't develop a new scenario. We need to provide kind of a sensitivities that well chosen, so fit the purpose. We need to choose parameters to deviate that is well chosen, fit for purpose, impactful key parameters. And the last principle is the balanced contrast across variants. This is also required in the framework guideline, meaning that parameter changes should be applied symmetrically. So if we are increasing one, like a percentage increase in high, we need to look the same percentage decrease in the low one to see the impact to ensure balanced comparison and interpretability. On the next slides, we already go to the key drivers and the parameters. First, this will be presented by Eduardo to show how we differentiate the demand. And then Pedro will present how to differentiate supply parts to see go into details of the economic variance methodology. So I hand over to you, Eduardo.
So this slide basically summarizes the three key high-level drivers that we use in the ETM to model this economic variance, high and low economy scenarios, in a way that is simple, but at the same time robust in our understanding. So first, the technology mix, we change key technological choices in each sector. So for example, we can change the share of EVs adopted. We can change the share of trucks running on hydrogen, or whether the steel is being produced through blast furnaces or through electric arc routes, or what's the share of heat pumps in households versus gas boiler. So this is basically the change in the technology mix. Second, the activity level. This captures the broader economic environment. So it's basically the size of the sector or the subsector. So we are changing the size, and the percentage is going to be in the next slide. And third, the efficiency. So the efficiency, after some meetings and discussions, we saw that this is already embedded in our technology choices. So rather than adjusting the efficiency separately, we let the chosen technologies determine the energy use. So we are skipping efficiency for the sake of balance and simplicity as well. So if we go to next slide, next part, yeah. So this is literally a snapshot of the ETM web interface. So this is exactly how we set the variance itself. So the first step is, so we see the sector selection. So we have our 5 or 6 sectors there. And again, we didn't choose every sectors for those changes because it would be super complex, and then we decided to focus on the central scenario, as Nalan already mentioned. And so we first select the sector, and then we select the low level driver, which is this little red square. So in this example, we are choosing household sector, and then within household sector, we do have a list of low-level drivers, and we selected, for example, space heating and hot water. And then we select the parameters. You can click. So this is the parameter selection. So we decided to increase, for example, in this example, we are seeing the technology mix. So for the higher economic variant, for example, we choose to increase the renewables at the expense of the fossil technologies. For the lower, it's exactly the opposite. So if you go to the next slide, this is the amount of, so this is literally how much we are changing. So this slide shows how we have implemented these assumptions for the economic variance. For example, for the higher economic variant, we assume a 15% shift in the technology mix, meaning greater uptake of renewables and advanced technologies, and a 7.5 increase in the activity, representing a stronger economic growth or output. Again, basically, that's the size of the sector or subsector that we are including as a parameter change. It's also important to note that these values were selected after extensive discussion in two-chain team, demand team mainly, and they're being tested for sensitivity and impact. We've also experimented with other percentages, as you can see. For example, the 20% change in the technology mix. However, the demand team understood that this change would be the one that makes more sense, right? So after trying with either 10 or 20%, we saw that the most realistic output indeed was the change by 15% in the technology mix, and the activity. We've also performed some tests with 5% and with 10%. But again, the most reasonable and realistic output was with this percentage. And it's also important to note that we welcome stakeholder inputs on this exercise for the higher and lower economic variant. So going to the next slide, we see, yeah, it's small. I'm sorry, maybe it's a bit too much small, but the main takeaway here, yeah, I'm gonna split first. I'm gonna talk about the final energy demand. We can see that it's definitely not highly sensitive, which is expected. So this is the expected result. So it's changing on the order of like 1 across high and low for both years that we are implementing the variants, which is 2035 and 2040. At first, we would also use 2050 for this exercise, but after this meeting with ACER and Commission, and we were already thinking about this, so we're just sticking to 2035 and 40. So for electricity, we can see that it's sensitive to both technology adoption and activity, right? So for example, in 2040, let's take 2040 as example, we can see expected results. So for the higher variant, after changing this parameters, our electricity demand is 80% higher for the higher variant, and also 8% lower for the lower economic. This was an amazing output that we were trying to aim exactly for this more or less mirrored approach and the mirrored output as well. So focusing a little bit on hydrogen demand, we can see that so hydrogen shows highest relative variation comparing to electricity. So the hydrogen demand is more elastic, for example. So if we take 2040 as well, we have a 9% versus -10 for the lower variant. It's still within the range of the expected results. And when talking about methane demand shifts inversely. So it drops in the high economy due to fuel switching and rises in the low economy due to slower clean technology uptake. So if we take, for example, again, 2040, we can see more or less a mirrored outcome, which is also the desired output that we were thinking. And this desired output that we're showing now, it's important to say that this was after a few running tests, right? So we tested with different ranges, different percentage for the activity and for the technology mix. And this was the one that the main team thought that it makes more sense. So it showed that it's consistent to the outcome that we were expecting, and it's somehow very robust as well. So yeah, I'm gonna handle now to Jean-Marc. Jean-Marc is gonna present the S-curve approach, which was an amazing feature that we added in the end of the process, but it just make the selection and the variation a bit more realistic. So Jean-Marc, are you on?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you,
so
Eduardo.
Yeah, thank you, man.
So when we started with the economic variance, just as Eduardo just showed, the first approach was just to shift the different technologies up by 15% or 10% or whatever percentage we were currently working with, and shifting it down for the low economic variant. But as you also explained, we are mostly concerned with the technology mix, and that implies somewhat that we are looking at adoption curves for different technologies. And usually those behave in S-curve patterns, as you can see below. So you would expect some technologies in the early adoption phase to have slow adoption, then during later years they will adopt faster, and at the end it will slow down again. And when you just shift up the numbers by 10% up and down, the highest increase between variants will be around the 90% range. And on the S-curve behavior, that would typically be already the saturation regime. So what we try to implement is this more realistic pattern with S-curves for adoption and somewhat L-curve for the phase out. Because for the phase out, it's practically inverted, because you can, of course, phase out technologies at any range really fast, except for the last couple of percentages. So in the example of cars, you would expect electric vehicles and hybrid vehicles or hydrogen vehicles to increase with the S-curve behavior, and the fossil technologies to phase out with the L-curve behavior, because getting rid of the last couple percentages of diesel and petrol cars will be really hard, because some of them just have use cases where diesel and petrol performs better. So that's what we were working with, and yeah, we implemented this behavior into the numbers you just saw from Eduardo.
All right. Now thank you, Eduardo and Jean-Marc. Now from the supply point of view, I'm going to go over this slide that you might be familiar with, in which we indicate that from supply point of view, we have these different, building blocks in which we can vary, and we have this high definition which we have to follow. So we assess each building block regarding on the possible variation. So for some building blocks, we could argue that variation in both directions, higher or lower, is imaginable based on the respective reasoning. So we go to the next slide. For this cycle, we are not doing expansion, so we can disregard the WACC and the technology costs. And we want to stress test both grid and the supply capacities in the variants. So we are not going to vary the install capacities and flexibility. This means that we are left with varying CO2 prices and commodity prices that we can see in the next slide, how we are going to do it. As I said before, we are not going to change the install capacities, the install supply capacities, unless in this cycle is necessarily for technical reasons. So the approach that the supply team is going to have is to change CO2 and commodity prices by a fixed percentage of 10%. Blue hydrogen that it's imported from Norway will vary accordingly. For green imported hydrogen and ammonia, there will be no variation. And if fuels and biofuel share will increase or decrease, harmonize with the other changes for each economic variant. I think this is all from supply perspective.
So to sum up, what's presented from both the demand and then also the supply part of variations, we did note that all the assumptions right now that is presented is preliminary. So this is to start the tests already and build the models. And then when we see the results, we are aware that it's possible that the models doesn't converge, and then we will need to reiterate. So the first thing that we tested is the electricity merit order based on the increase and decrease on the commodity prices and the carbon prices, and it indeed shows no impact with 10% increase and decrease. So it will be rather an impact the overall cost, not to the merit order and the choices of the carrier technologies. So, and then the initial findings on the demand shows consistency and a balanced way of deviation, both on electricity, hydrogen, and methane demand. However, what we showed you is the EU27 view of the results, but each country's demand per carrier will be different. So it will not be the same increase and decrease, because it will depend on the starting share of the technology, where each country's case it's different. So this approach therefore requires detailed analysis of each country's activity and final demand status. So we will make sure that there are no extreme cases or imbalanced results. And if this is the case, we will need to tackle and explain to be able to explain the reasons. So the next steps will be first to finalize the methodology post-consultation. So to get your feedbacks during today's discussions that will be moderated by Ram, but also the consultation runs up by end of July. Then we will finalize the methodology. And at the same time, we will run the models and verify if there are any inconsistencies or extreme divergence so that we ensure the approach is balanced and valid. So on the next slides, we now have a specific session so that you can direct the questions to the presenters. You can go to the Slido and ask your questions. And if there are any questions in the room, we can take them before going to the moderation and discussion.